only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the
Those
cases.
are the casings. Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides or a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to Polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model
Wait,
SS.
slow down, because the court reporter needs to take this.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SS80, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that in fact, oftentimes, and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been recorded, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison? Or
The
ballistic
examiner's
examination?
first name is going to be F-I-D-A-L, last name B-I-R-A-I-M-A-H.
B-I-R-A.
I-M-A-H. So the way this came about was, we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report, this report we're talking about.
Who's detective?
In the attachment.
Detective Flores.
Flores?
Flores.
From every homicide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails, we don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear, the report is inculcated.
All right, what's going on, guys? So this is the trial of ASAP Rocky, and so rapper ASAP Rocky, born Rakeem Mayers, is currently on trial in Los Angeles, facing 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. The charges stem from a November 2021 incident in Hollywood, where he allegedly fired a gun at his former friend and collaborator, Terrell Efron, known as ASAP Rally. Efron claims that during the confrontation, Rocky shot him multiple times, grazing his knuckles. Rocky has pleaded not guilty to the charges. The trial commenced with jury selection, leading to a panel of 7 women and 5 men. Opening statements began with the prosecution presenting surveillance footage reportedly showing ASAP Rocky threatening Efron. The defense, led by attorney Joe Tacopina, contends that the firearm in question was a prop, a starter pistol used for a show, and plans to portray Efron as financially motivated. Nothing his civil lawsuit against Rocky seeking damages for the incident. If convicted, ASAP Rocky faces a potential prison sentence up to 24 years. He previously declined a plea deal that would have included 6 months in jail and 7 years suspended sentence and 3 years of probation, opting instead to proceed to trial to clear his name. The proceedings are expected to last approximately 3 weeks, with significant media attention due to ASAP Rocky's high-profile relationship with singer Rihanna, with whom he shares 2 children. So let me go back for a second. Let me go back. He previously declined a plea deal that would have included a 6 months in jail, a 7-year suspended sentence, and 3 years of probation. But he's risking this going to the door. Oh boy, oh boy. That's all I can tell you. Oh boy. If he blows trial, folks, he's facing up to 24 years in prison. No more Rihanna. No more Rihanna. Okay? No more his children. Well, I should have said his children, then Rihanna. But so his original situation would have included a 6 months in jail, a 7-year suspended sentence, and 3 years of probation, but opting instead to proceed to trial to clear his name. Okay, well, he must think he's innocent then. All right, so let's go with it. Right now, I don't know what they're doing. I'm trying to see if they have come back yet. They have not. So I have to see this. I'm gonna have to, like I said, now I'm not going to be able to follow. Well, actually, I'm going to see. I'm probably not going to be able to follow the trial live every day, but I may try to, because this thing is going to approximately last 3 weeks. So, but I'm going to try my best to follow this. Yeah, they're on break. He must be really, really, really confident that he can beat this trial. Let me see if I could find, let's see.
Report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Lynch.
I want to take these one step at a time. Council brought up and made comparison to what has happened thus far.
Just a minute. Alex,
See their faces. This is a serious situation.
Dealing with some logistical.
There's at least 4 lawyers at the table.
And just please be patient and we're going to have them. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either.
Anyway, I'm waiting for. I have to get those. See, I'm really good at the opening statements. I have to listen to the opening statements, and I can listen to this trial, like which we're gonna do, as the 13 jurors, right, and decide this right here. I'm glad. So some people saying, "Oh, I don't think this is gonna be televised." Every now and then, Los Angeles televised their cases. I followed a couple cases out of Los Angeles. Kellen Winslow. I mean, I followed a couple cases out of California, Kellen Winslow being one of them. Wait a minute, I think that was in California. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I did follow the this other trial involving this New York real estate heir. And that was out of the same courtroom, I believe. The airport courtroom, I believe. So occasionally they do televise their trial. So this is changing my plans here. Since they televising this trial, I'm gonna have to recalibrate my oh, wait a minute. Here it is right here. That's what I'm waiting on. Let's listen to this.
And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the actually November 6, 2021. As I said, the 4 main members of this densely populated Selma at a small intersection called Selma, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars, and it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, right, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun,
Okay.
and he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakeem Myers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Myers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that will also, you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the A$AP Collective, and he went by the nickname A$AP Relly. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Myers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called A$AP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of A$AP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Myers, the victim, but also the 2 friends that were with Mr. Myers at the time this happened. And they go by A$AP Ills and A$AP Twelby. And I will just pre-warn you that Twelby gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name A$AP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the 4 main members of this group that you will hear about are these 4 men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, A$AP Twelby, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by A$AP Ills. And these were the 4 men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. What happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. You can hear Mr. Mayers and you can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro. And then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations.
Guys, give me a second. I got to reboot. I'm going to be right back. I just got to reboot real quick. Give me 1 second. Well, more than 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I just had to give me 1 second here. All right, let's go back from right here. They still ain't come back yet.
Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. What happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant
what do you guys think? Like, do he got a chance at beating this? I don't know, man. This seems a little bit, I don't know. I got video, but I couldn't tell. Could you tell who was in the video? Because I couldn't tell. Like, you know, that video that they showed. Because I was looking at it. I'm like, I can't tell which one is ASAP Rocky. Oops, hold on. I got to turn that off. My bad.
Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and then it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that this took that evening. Starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro. And then made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma, so Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the 2 of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulaner, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the 2 men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all 3 of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident
You guys thought he was a girl, man.
The defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12E. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma.
Listen, forget the Met
Mr.
Gala.
Efron will tell
Forget
you
the Met
that
Gala.
he walked away.
He's facing 20 plus
He looked
years.
over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E and Mr. Phillips walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed This is going to damage our relationship. He still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looks like. It's a small street with a parking lot.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How did it go from, I don't understand this. Like, how did it go from wanting to fade in front of Trader Joe's to a pow-powing? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. Like, this whole thing is, and you said he's supposed to, he's set to chair the Met Gala in May. Okay. And he finished filming the Spike Lee movie with Denzel. That's why he want to take a plea deal. No, I would take a plea deal. I don't know. I don't trust the jury. We'll see. We'll see.
Immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m., when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough.
It's not the most
features that
clear.
you can identify
Video is not clear.
who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view.
Before you watch the video, I want to explain to you what you're seeing here. With all this technology we have, we're in 2025. I understand this happened not in 2025, but with the technology we have, this is the video you see here. Okay. It's always grainy. And who are they pointing at right there? Is that ASAP Rocky? I don't know. Is this Bo Reels? Like, tell me, is that ASAP Rocky? Who are they supposed to be pointing at? I'm confused. So there you go.
The camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma. forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's in forms that intersection? The red arrow okay. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, Twelby, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear camera.
Let me say this real quick. So there definitely was some shots fired. We heard it. So this is a gamble with the jury that it was shots fired. And he clearly fired the shots at that guy. Now, I don't know what type of gun it was. What was coming out of the gun? Was it blanks? Was he doing it to scare him? Like, was it like what they said? It was a starter pistol. So they shoot blanks, but if you shoot it close, it can hurt somebody. If you shoot it close enough, but it's supposed to be blanks though. I guess. I don't know. What was coming out of it? Sand? Now he's saying that his hand was shot at, but he could have fell and scraped his hand. Like, you know what? Let me just show them this. Yeah, his lawyers, they better be prepared. They got to have some expert witnesses, everything else.
Cameras that are mounted to their chest. You will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, Twelby, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm.
See, I understand what you're saying. This might be bullshit, but our opinions don't matter. It's the jury. Then the jury might not think this is bullshit. So that's why I'm saying this is still a gamble. It's still a gamble because he was shooting something, but I don't know if it's a real gun. But yes, he was shooting something. They could find him guilty here. This is you see how his lawyer's looking? They looking serious for a reason. This is a huge gamble. So we might think it's bullshit, but again, the most important people right now are those 12 men and women of the jury. That's it.
Meter Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayer's bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call Twelby, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door and wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision, listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from Mr. Pacquino. Are you going to do the? All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case.
All right, so he did say 1:30. So they should be coming back pretty soon. Because he said 1:30. So I'm just waiting for them to come back now. So we got through that first part of the opening statements. I think the defense is up next. So yeah, we just made it for that right there. Yeah, ASAP lawyers next. So it was a starter pistol. Yeah, it's a starter pistol, right? He had a starter pistol, right? Okay, a starter pistol. You can't die from a starter pistol. Let me see something here. Yeah, a starter pistol is a starting pistol, or a starter pistol is a blank handgun, or more recently, an electronic toy gun or a device with a button connected to a sound system that is fired to start track and field races, as well as some competitive swimming races. So we heard shots, but yeah, this is kind of weird, man. Just a little bit. It's kind of weird. Like a starter pistol, and it's supposed to last 3 weeks. Are they sure it was a starter pistol? Yeah, and where they get the shell casings? Now, I guess what he's trying to say is it wasn't a starter pistol. It wasn't a starter pistol. It was actually a real gun, but he ran off with it, and they were able to find the shell casings. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a gamble. Watch. It's still going to be a gamble. But yeah, there's some doubt there, like already with that video. That's just my opinion on it. He said there's no evidence the gun was pointed directly at Terrell, the victim. But even if he pointed a gun, he wasn't supposed to do that and fire it. It don't matter if he pointed at him. He still wasn't supposed to point it and fire it. But my question is, was it a starter pistol? Yeah, was it a starter pistol? You said nope, they don't have gun in the evidence. Okay, no gun was recovered. What's up with these shell casings though? Yeah, this is doubt. For sure it is. I see why he took it to trial now. I definitely see. Yeah, I definitely see why he took this to trial. But why 3 weeks though? This right here should last a few days. Not even like it should last 2 days and back into the jury. You know, that's called unlawful discharge. Yeah, I know, but yeah, I think 3 or 4 days the minimum, a week the minimum. This case should be over. It's still a gamble though. That's what I'm feeling right now. That's why his lawyers are looking the way they're looking, because you don't know what the jury is gonna do. We think this is BS, but hopefully we'll see if the jury thinks so. But yes, I see why he took it to trial now. I definitely see definitely why he would take this to trial, man. I probably would have taken this to trial, I'm sure. Like, first of all, I didn't have a real gun. But let's see if the defense acknowledge it, like that wasn't a real gun. Or they could say it was no gun at all. You guys never found a weapon. It's not us. Those shell casings he found could have been from an older situation. I found shell casings one time walking. Like I didn't pick them up. I just saw them. But you could tell they had been there for like, I don't know how long, but I could easily say somebody would shot at me. Here's the shell casings. I don't know. I don't even think this should last 8 days. Well, today is Friday. Occasionally they do have trial on Saturday. But yeah, this should continue next week. The dude came back to the scene and found the shell casings that he probably brought back, right? Yeah, it's old shell case. I'm like, okay, you came back with it, but the police couldn't find the shell casings. Okay. Okay, so they said 1:30 they'll be back. So they should be back shortly. It's after 1:30 on the West Coast, so flights are getting ready to come to a halt for a second when Air Force One lands. There's still flights coming in. I'm watching this channel where it's showing live flights coming in. They haven't the air traffic control haven't had the famous words yet, all clear. Because I watched it one time before. When they say all clear, all planes are clear. And then Air Force One lands. He's coming out there to Los Angeles to I guess survey the fires. He was just in North Carolina earlier. I was watching it. I like when they do the all clear. It's like that plane just like gliding down. It's different. You say he can beat this. Yeah. Yeah, he can beat this one. This case don't make any sense. Then he said, I want some money. The guy said he want money. He said, he shot at me. He said, how do you know? You sure? I want some money. Nothing was discharged. It's just a sound. Air. Air was discharged. You know? Maybe he did that to like scare him or something. I don't know. Why would you even do that? No, what if the guy had a real gun? he would have been done. Like, what if the guy had a real gun and he pulled out a starter pistol? Oh, his lawyer talking now? All right, let me see. Why this feed is messed up? Yeah, AP got this all. They got it wrong, man.
And you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely overall.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the Judge Gray told you. And it means he is in fact innocent until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case, but it's a doubt that cause you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Ranking Mayors. Understand? And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, it's a reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 was sworn as jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determinations of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just bring your everyday life experiences, and you'll be the best jurors possible. There is no magic formula, there is no elixir, and as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapine. I, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Ranking Mayors case, known globally as ASAP Rocky. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this is argument, is also irrelevant.
Overruled. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven, that are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises, I'll remember theirs when we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor,
You'll hear that
Your Honor, the same objection.
Stop.
You hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent.
Mr. Terry,
Rocky is not only a,
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
yes, sir, I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm gonna get deeper into these facts, but what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family, as the district attorney put the picture, his significant other.
Your Honor,
Sustain. You gotta get to the facts of the case.
You're gonna hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, and Pharrell Efron on the other side, known as Relly. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relly presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man, source light that he's a reporting artist, businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
Your Honor, the same objection, none of this is evidence.
The evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're gonna see this extravagant lifestyle that Relly flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relly, so he could keep funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're gonna see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. Because Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relly is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Relly is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, and despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is to this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relly and his credibility. Period, end of story. You will see if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relly's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relly met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means Always Strive and Prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry first. He did maintain a friendship with Israeli, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relly through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relly, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relly is in this courtroom. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relly's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relly embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relly's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death. He passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom. ASAP Josh and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relly, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but then didn't actually pay. And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong, because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident that you'll hear about, Relly told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up." Now it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relly sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called Complex Con, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips. You now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relly's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, you saw a text from one of Relly's friends to Relly saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages from both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relly, because Rocky had reached out to Relly to make plans to meet at his hotel. And you're going to learn, however, that Relly said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relly committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relly was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relly claims Rocky instigated, I mean, Relly, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Relly claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, But the evidence will show you it was Relly who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Relly's day, the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened that day. Independent of Rocky that evening. You'll hear Relly's claim that Rocky pressed the gun through his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relly's word for, we'll show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that just lies to Relly's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relly approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relly who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video there. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. With Relly making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relly, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relly, but Relly pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relly. You know who else said Relly was pulling Rocky? Relly said that. Relly in his statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relly has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this video page. And despite Relly's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, directed at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relly, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause here for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relly's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relly seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Relly alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky and tell you that. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, or it's a type of fake gun. It's used in pop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was the victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. It's,
Your Honor,
well,
there's been, Your Honor, there's been no.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. Rocky, and by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed. by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry an illegal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relly, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had pop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relly on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relly was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relly knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you that Relly not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relly coming up. Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relly. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, we all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, you'll see he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, Eleanor, please. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck. Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relly, again, who's muttering, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's how Relly said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relly pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relly was angry and out of control still, and he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those 3 guys, Rocky, Ills, and Schwelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around two corners, pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around two corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Hills, and 12B, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relly claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relly not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, "You're a crackhead." And told 12B, "You live in the projects. You're not successful like me." And told Rocky, "You're a bitch." So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relly's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. "Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you?" said the police to Relly. And you'll hear Relly's answer to the police. "I don't know." That was the answer. "I don't know." I promise you that answer is going to change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when I asked him. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, "I didn't know why I followed him." Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relly continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relly was so angry that he was ready to hit 12B, according to Relly. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relly. You'll learn that when Relly finally caught up with them around two corners, on the corner of Selma and East Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you, Relly was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relly and protect the Ills. Wrong. Relly didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry that you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12B, being sort of a sound mind, told Rocky, "Hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming." Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12B said, "I'll check on Ills," because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And really was pumped.
Guys, what's going on is
how Ills' face looked at
they're looking at the jury, and the jury is probably giving them signals like.
So you'll
That's
hear a
probably
different
what
story
he's
from
looking
Relly.
at.
He
He's
claimed
probably
that
nervous
he
as well, but he
claimed
damn
he
sure looking at
granted
that jury. The jury probably staring back
Ills
at
as
him.
a human
That's a
shield.
bad sign.
A human shield.
I'm sure that's what they're looking
But
at.
Ills didn't get shot. He was a human
This
shield.
is a gamble. He should have took
Evidence
the
will show
deal,
you
man.
that's just another lie. It's another
I don't.
lie.
If it was
The
a
evidence
prop
will show you
gun,
that. You'll see
did he
that
fire
Relly
the prop
knew
gun at the
prop
guy?
was hurt him,
That's
first of
illegal.
all.
Even if it's a
Second,
prop
you're going
gun,
to see
y'all
that
didn't
Relly
do that,
wasn't
did you?
hiding behind Ills or under Ills.
It don't have to. It
In
could be a
fact,
prop
in the
gun.
video,
I
you
just
look
looked it
after
up.
We'll show you.
That's why they're on
You'll
trial
see
right now.
that Relly's on top of Ills. has her on the floor. On top
Because
of
the
him.
guy at the time gonna say he didn't know it was a prop.
And even after Rocky left the scene, listen, even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relly continued
Don't get me wrong,
to
I still think
attack
it's bullshit.
Hills.
Just let you know.
A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any star pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound, those little box in the bottom, and it had sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Hills goes back and attacks, Relly goes back and attacks Hills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear, but you can make some things out. But even Relly in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear. The evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relly physically attacked Hills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. Again, you notice drill leaders at the corner. Up here. Focus on here. They come. There's Rocky, there's 12B, then Hills comes and he's following him. You see him go right after Hills, Relly, and that's when Rocky fires the warning shots. And there's Hills on top, Relly on top of Hills, punching him, that's Hills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone, 12B's about to be gone, and watch. There goes Relly back after Hills. And then he goes away after he hits me again. Hills eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. We have the clips to play. So let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relly. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12B, then Hills, and Relly's still coming hard. You'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relly on top of Hills on the ground. Is that right? Yeah. Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just gonna go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relly, and you get to see it later. Relly, big guy, on top of that little guy Hills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Good. There's Relly, that's Hills down, and Relly on top of him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relly continues his pursuit of Ills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Ills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Come in here. Unfortunately, Ryan's attempt to scare off Relly didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relly continued his attack on Ills, and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relly returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Relly's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings on Rocky fired right there, picked them up, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relly returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT team, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relly claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching, and there's a surveillance video that you see here that captures Relly coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now? Well, it's not just we're playing, we're showing. Showing. So, this is where the police are. Oh, this is back. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relly and Ills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. It's very high tech you're on. This is where the shots were.
Like, he's gonna turn.
This is where the shots were discharged according to Relly, right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relly, as he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's the landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is a big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see this well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys. Down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an elevator. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the. Go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. And the cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot filled with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, a real one, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Relly, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot. Couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relly is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell cases an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relly first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich. I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police could find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relly committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Okay, because itch and irritable is not very close. I mean, when you type in itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one line after the other. He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relly sent another message to his business partner, to Relly's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's what was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relly fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky, right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relly didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. And of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relly's text to Rocky texted him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text, though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relly and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky said, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted him at that point. he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this row. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, need his money, as he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, I better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went through the police. Relly then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep his story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You just saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking Hills. That did not look well. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, and bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear the back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous thing about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relly at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. Not money, not justice. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability from the knuckle scrape. And he lies about almost everything in this case. He swore that he has a permanent disability. You're gonna see an Instagram video of him with that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went for necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital, but not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relly to go to the hospital for this criminal case. Do you think they're trying to build a case? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relly turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around from God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, catch prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, got prints on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber, because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relly claims have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levin, who will tell you, he will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relly, that didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever. Most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relly said he found at the scene and gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relly shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Levin's. This says Sig. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so can you zoom back a little bit? SIGSAUGER or something like that. Sauer. What's this? What does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Relly. FC, which stands for Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who testified here. Those are the ones that Relly claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether. So much for that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, it was a 9mm. Different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, on the word and credibility of Relly, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims is gunshot wound. The video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it only. Because without his rendition, ladies and gentlemen, it's your job in this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. it doesn't pass the smell test. And you have to ask yourself that, does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually, I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like.
Yeah, he was a step.
Okay. The judge will give the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I made the objection, is anything right?
And you were right too on that one, Mr. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close on either. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relly, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds, no evidence of actual gunfire as officers at the scene, no shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like pure argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relly's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you, that I would be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all that means, is property.
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case, and perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will show you Relly's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money. Lots of money.
That's absolutely proper.
Sustained.
It should be
Relly's
instructed.
understanding.
Council continues.
Stop.
to make whatever.
Stop. No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relly's endgame from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, I mean, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do to this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is over. You'll see that Rocky Mayers, ASAP Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relly, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking a profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that.
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
It's argument.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, valor, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this vote. You'll see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his paycheck. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today. I will ask at your hands for her, but not guilty, for Rakeem Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness. Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want council to remain in place. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before 3. And please don't discuss the case. Look to yourselves or anybody else.
I think his lawyer won this in the opening statement. He took a long time with the opening statement. Talk reasonable doubt. There's a lot of doubt here already. Yeah, I think ultimately we'll see. We're gonna look at everything they have, but oh boy, what's going on? You always show up for the trials. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is weird. It's a weird one. His lawyer with the N-word, that's hilarious. He kept saying it. Well, he's just repeating what the other guy said. He's already trending on Twitter because of it. His lawyer is no stranger to the courtroom. I know who he is. He's been around. He's always like that. He's fiery, and he's ready to go. He's no stranger. A lot of people know who he is. He definitely got a good attorney for sure. Very good lead attorney. He's won many cases before, and he won a lot of his cases during the opening and closing statements. That's what I was looking for him to see what he got. He was cooking. It seemed a bit long, but when the jury laughed, I knew he got him. He got him. He probably, and he laughed too in his mind. He was like, I got him. I got him. They laughed at what he was doing, what was happening. So, and then you see ASAP Rocky kind of relax a little bit. Once that laughter came, he relaxed. He wasn't glaring anymore. He was nervous. That's why it's a nervous glare. He has a lot to lose here, quite frankly. He has the Met Gala coming up. He was in a movie. Yeah, he has a lot to lose. His kids, everything else. So yeah, even though this trial might seem like BS, you don't know how the jury is going to react. But once they laughed a little bit, I was like, okay, they feeling what he's saying. Jury can be
Explaining to me
unpredictable.
why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, all right, 10. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
My co-counsel got up, he gave a legal opening statement. He didn't argue. He didn't bring up the areas that are outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument charge to him. I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is, I don't think he cares, because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Don't make aspersions.
I'm not making aspersions. I watched as he continued to argue one after point, and I just want to make sure, there were several things that he said about what the evidence didn't show. So for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know.
You need prints.
Prints on, excuse me, prints on the cases, prints on the bullets. They're not, they put witness on the list outside of that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, as he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow. It's absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if he had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to the court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? The court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, to approach, and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court, because he has basically decided, I'm gonna say whatever I want about the victim, and I don't care whether it's gonna be allowed by the court. And the problem is, the court,
I see your point.
okay,
Why are you telling me now?
well, yeah, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply, I objected during his opening.
Right.
The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not gonna stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense.
So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically, and very simply, defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know, I'm not gonna do that. What I will remind them is, nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now. Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Understood, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's take a break.
No.
No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was me at the Met. I was there. Last time I was there, I was looking at some art. You know what I mean? There's some famous stairs right there. I was just sitting right there, taking it all in, thinking about some things. No, I'm just kidding. And then I had to go by Epstein House. That's me at Epstein House right there. Shortly after that photo was taken, a big rat came my way, so I had to run back to the car. It was hilarious. So here we are, got another case. We're following another case, folks. I'm sitting here waiting for the president to land in Los Angeles. I'm still watching a live video. He's not there yet. I don't know what's taking so long. He should be there by now. They're probably clearing the air traffic first. He's probably circling around somewhere. But they got to do the all clear. Once they say all clear, the bird is coming. Because they got to clear. No other planes could be landing while he's landing. You said lock this schmuck up. Damn, so Civ Art. Damn. You said lock the schmuck up. Well, we gotta wait and see. This case gonna last a couple of weeks. Yeah, Air Force One is about to land in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for it. As soon as they get the all clear, I will go to that video. They're close though. Let me see. Yeah, it's getting close now. Because they're getting ready to clear everything. Once they clear everything, that bird is coming. No other planes could be in that airspace when Air Force One is coming. So they got to land everybody in. If you're at the airport right now, there's a backup until the Air Force One lands. It's not going to show up on radar. The plane never shows up on radar. Never does, because I was following the radar earlier. It never shows up. When he was in North Carolina airspace, when he was landing, then it showed up on radar. But now it's not going to be on radar. Actually, it might be. Oh, let me see. 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 Let me Yeah, they're doing a runway inspection. I think it's this one. He got the Secret Service. They're out there now. They are inspecting that runway. They are inspected. That means he's close.
Section progress runway 24 left.
24 left, isn't it? I just thought of something. Hubble is not going to be a good camera for 24 left. I'm going to have to do a quick camera change. Let's take a look.
I met that guy. The guy that's actually doing this video. I actually have a video in that same exact spot watching the planes come in. It's on my YouTube shorts. I was right out there. That's near El Segundo. And you have a direct vantage point for all the planes coming in. I went out there and he was out there. It's getting ready to come in a second. When they start, see how he's inspecting the runway? When that happens, within minutes, that plane is coming. It's probably in direct line of that. I saw Air Force One come in Newark, New Jersey one time. I wasn't expecting it. I had a layover. And I got real lucky. This was when Obama was president. And they ran to the window. I said, "What's going on?" They said, "The bird's about to land." I still didn't know what they were talking about. And I was like, "Wait a minute, the bird is about to land." Oh, I know what they're talking about. And I ran. And it came down. Man, that plane is huge, man. It's a 747. But it's just, I don't know. It's because of the live delivery on it. It makes it look, I don't know. It's very impressive to see it. I mean, I've seen 747s before, but it's something different about this one. It got something on it.
It's real. The hype is real. I am so excited. I can't see Air Force One. Do you know something? I think I'm starting to see
It's on its way.
Here we go.
Here
You
it
ready?
come.
We're going to zoom in. Remember the goal
Told you it's
of the
within
goal of the
minutes.
day is 15,000 likes, 1,000 away, just about 900.
And the crazy thing,
We
there
are
it is.
zooming in
There it is.
right now. LA flights zooming in
That's it.
to Air Force One, landing at LAX in a matter of minutes. We have it on our screen. Air Force One is visible to us. All right, we are fully zoomed in. Air Force One will be flying directly above us in about 3 minutes.
That plane even sounds different. I can't explain it. It's like
Let's
a
keep the
roar,
live chat
but
nice and peaceful, full of friendly vibes, my
It
friends.
sounds different. But it's the same as the other ones, but I don't
As
know
we
why. Maybe
see
because it's Air Force
Air
One.
Force One directly in front of the LA Flights cameras, gear down. I am not seeing it on radar. Should
All
be
right,
crossing
you're not
the
gonna see it on
710
radar.
right now.
It's off radar.
First one, LA Tower, wind 2.
It has radar jammers on it.
24 left, clear to
The
land.
gear is down though.
And it looks like the pilots are on a different frequency, but we just heard the tower clear Air Force One to land.
Yeah, it says all clear. That means no planes could do nothing until that bird lands.
Absolutely incredible. Get ready. You're about to see the smoothest touchdown ever. Every single time we see Air Force One touchdown in front of our cameras,
Yeah,
the
it's always a
smoothest
smooth touchdown.
landings you will ever see. The President of the United States on board, of course, Air Force One, flying in from North Carolina. We should see Air Force One take off around 6 p.m., give or take a few minutes. The takeoff is at 6 p.m. LA flights will be live to cover the takeoff, flying to Las Vegas, where the president will spend the night in Vegas. 6 p.m. the departure time. We will be live.
And I was
All right,
watching
just
it.
about 45 seconds, and
People in
Air
the
Force One
airport
will
said
be
it's the
flying right
smoothest
above
landing
us.
of all planes. I didn't know this no different. They said it's the smoothest. Plane is huge, man. The flying White House.
What a beautiful sight. The most iconic aircraft, in my opinion, the most recognizable aircraft in the entire world, about to fly
Yeah, it
above
is.
us. Just around 130 knots.
Yeah, it's going right over them too. I bet you the pilot did that on purpose because they all the
Let's take
pilots
it in.
watch his channel.
Absolutely majestic aircraft.
Listen to it. See that baby land, man. It just sounds intimidating. Look how it lands. Easy. It floats for a minute and then it touches down. Everything about it is intimidating.
I'm sure one of the smoothest landings we will ever see. Get ready. The President of the United States will leave Air Force One, will board the helicopter that will be called Marine One in a matter of minutes. We're going to see the presidential aerial entourage take off in a few minutes, in about 5 to 10 minutes. The north side is still in a complete lockdown as we speak. We have 3 Ospreys and
unable to taxi to park.
letting ATC just hold on, don't want to interrupt ATC. Okay, they just cleared Air Force One to the parking area. What do you think of that? All this happening in front of LA flights.
You hear how it sound? It just sound intimidating.
That was an incredible landing. Wow. The hype is real. The excitement
It has
is
missiles
real
on it too.
as we welcome Air Force One to Los Angeles International. All this in front of LA flights.
They said that's the mother of all airplanes.
Okay, as we can see, Air Force
They
One
gonna hit
exiting
the spot
24
tonight.
left,
Yeah, they going out there. It's his wedding anniversary.
proceeding to the parking area.
His wedding anniversary, I believe.
History
was
has
yesterday.
shown it. Okay, history shows that it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for the president to board Marine One.
Look how big
And
that
for those
thing is, man.
Ospreys to start taking off. 3 V-22 Ospreys.
That thing is impressive,
waiting
man.
for
Every
the,
time I
for
see
the,
it,
for the president.
it's just the livery on it. The
Hit that
flag
like
and
button if
everything.
you are excited to see this aircraft here at LAX. Nearing 16,000. Remember, the channel's record is 17,000. If you guys are excited, you know what to do.
Just how it turns and everything is smooth.
Air Force One on taxiway
Yeah, the
Echo.
20-year anniversary the
Taxiing
other day.
eastbound on Echo.
Unfortunately for ASAP Rocky, he
Are we
can't
fully
have
zoomed
the
in?
president save him
Yes,
this
actually,
time.
we're not. Wait,
If you
are
know,
we
the
closer than
president
this?
demanded that country to let ASAP Rocky go. I don't know if y'all remember that when he was president. They was holding ASAP Rocky. I believe it was either Sweden or Switzerland, and he demanded that they let him go. You know, his son Barron was like, "Hey, can you get him out of there?" And he demanded for them to let him go, and they let him go. Unfortunately, it's a state case. If it was federal, he would have pardoned him for sure. Because that's one of Barron's favorite artists.
All right, all the arrivals, all the takeoffs right now. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arrivals heading to the south side. No one is allowed to land. No one is allowed to even taxi or even push back from their gates. Right now in the north side, there's a ramp freeze, complete lockdown in the north. No arrivals, no takeoffs,
He also
no taxis. While the president is
pardoned
still here at the airport.
the Tennessee woman
Information,
sentenced
Charlie,
to
current
41
altitude
months in
700
prison Her name was Beverly Betty Williams. He pardoned her. She's out now. I saw when she got out. He pardoned her immediately. She was the first one that he pardoned when he took office. He pardoned her. And that sister got how much time they get that sister, man? They gave her
The channel
41 months
record
in prison
17,000 likes
for
is
violating the freedom
only
of
400
access
away.
to clinic
17
entrances.
incredible numbers, my friends. Welcome to LA Flights. If you're finding the channel for the first time today, I want to welcome you to this channel. We cover LAX. We also go
This
across the
guy's a
country
legend,
and we
man. He
bring
always has
live
the flights.
aviation action from so many incredible airports
Right
across
where
the
he's
country,
standing, I
around the
was right
world.
there.
I'm Peter. Welcome to LA Flights. Friendly vibes as always here on LA Flights. Friendly vibes
Shout out to
on
Peter.
this channel.
Leaving the Bravo, contact Santa Monica 120.1.
Look how big that plane is, man. The wingspan on it. It's crazy.
And as we always say, let's be kind to the LA Flights moderators, my friends. LA Flights mods rock. Let's be kind to the LA Flights mods. If you guys are excited, don't fill the chat with a whole bunch of friendly vibes as we welcome Air Force One to LAX.
Yeah, he's going to Vegas after this.
Little E175, there you go. This is the first one being released. A very excited E175, not waiting.
All right, now it's
Looks
all
like they
clear.
lifted the
can be
rat
released.
freeze. This one heading to the parking area, Terminal 2.
I don't know if
Yeah,
you're
there
going
you
to
go.
see
Look at
the
this. We're starting
second
to see
plane
more and more planes
land.
push back now. We're having Southwest. We're having
There's
the
identical
Delta
Air
terminals.
Force One.
We
It
have a
probably
little
landed in
Avianca
Vegas.
pushing from the international terminal. Looks like the planes are starting to push back. Let's go and zoom in. Action is starting up again. Look at that. We have the Avianca. We have the Delta
I
flights.
saw when the military planes came in earlier.
We should start having arrivals pretty soon. We have Southwest.
The military planes came in earlier, to land the cars and stuff. But I don't think he's going to be using a car. He might, though. I know Marine One. I'm not sure where it's flying to. But they landed all the other stuff earlier. I forget what you call that plane, that cargo plane. You said, Max, I think ASAP Rocky is going to be acquitted here. But his trial's supposed to last a couple of weeks, though. So the state is eager to try to prosecute him here. They're very ambitious on it. Okay, there's more plane activity. So his the helicopter's coming in a second. We call them the white tops. It's Marine One once he enters, but yeah, I sat here for a few hours when I was in LA watching the planes and stuff.
As we keep this chat full of friendly vibes, okay? Full of plane talk, aviation, friendly vibes, okay? Friendly vibes on the LA Flights chat, okay? Come on, everybody, go for it. Friendly vibes. Let's take a look if they're reopening the north side. No arrivals, not yet. Everything is landing and taking off in the south side right now. We have Lufthansa, get ready. So we just saw the Air Force One arrive, right? Well, we have a 747 Lufthansa 457, currently the most tracked in the entire world. Lufty 457, number one, flying back to Frankfurt. and it looks like it's taxing to the north side. So hopefully Lufti does not go south today. Hopefully it does not go south. Right now doing its we should see the 747 here in the north in about 5 minutes. Let's go and take a look at this one. We have the 737 Southwest on its way. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. No takeoffs, no arrivals.
Yeah, they have no takeoffs, no arrivals right now. So that means the Marine One is coming. Yep, they all been grounded. It's crazy to see because the whole airport shuts down until he leaves. And then when he comes back, it gets shut down again. When Marine One is en route, then it gets shut down again until he leaves. He leaves around, what they say, he leaves at 6 p.m. He's gonna leave again.
Friendly vibes. That's all we care about. Plain vibes, you guys. Come on, you guys. Okay, so friendly vibes, mods rock, and your call. Was slow mode on? Are you ready? What? I can't believe it. Well, there you go. Friendly vibes. Let's keep the chat peaceful. Peaceful vibes on the chat. Good to see your friend. We have Alexa02 says, go Lufty, go. We have 18,000 likes. Yes, absolutely. My goodness. Nearing 19,000. This is a channel record. A channel record. Hey, how's it going?
That is a record for his channel, 18,000 likes. That means everybody's watching him come in. They said it's supposed to be something because he's putting a plan together for to help the people out there in Los Angeles. He wants to do that. So that's the plan. He wants to come survey what's going on and figure out how they can help the people out.
Tony in the back. Hello, Tony.
Pretty much he gonna get on Newsom though. That's pretty much what he gonna do. Because he already got on North Carolina, the governor.
Let's take a look. We have Quinn Vickers sending us a $2 super chat. Randomly found
and he said FEMA don't work.
The charts.
He said he thinking about getting rid of FEMA because they're not working.
Back, relax, enjoy.
What they did at North Carolina.
The rest of the episode, we're still going to be live for another good 3 hours. Really. And you know something? I'm going to switch it back to Hyperzoom, okay? Now that we have a little bit of a break in the action.
The federal government is going to get in North Carolina as well.
You know something? I'm going to switch back to the Hyperzoom camera, okay? Because we're going to try our best to stay with Marine One for a good amount of minutes, okay? Are they taking off yet? Hopefully not. Let's see. If they're taking off right now, let's see. Okay, we're going to try and activate the Hubble, okay? Hubble, massive telescope-sized camera we have. Well, let's see. Okay. Still on the ground. Okay, so they are, let's see, they have not powered up their engines yet. We have Lufthansa taxiing to the north side. That's great news. Oh my goodness, where's it going? Lufthansa looks like it's going to the south side. That was an interesting turn.
That looks like another 747. Yeah, it is. That Lufthansa flight is that's a 747.
Where's they going?
I'll come back to it when Marine One takes off.
Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro.
They're separated by 1 block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro?
Elson.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask Mark, my first exhibit, 1-page document with a map, depicting Mark Peoples 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just waited for the exhibits of Mr. Tackey.
All right, that's People's One for identification.
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark Peoples 2 at the same time.
What is it?
It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in People's 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as People's 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that. Easier.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe any further if it's marked? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on People's 1, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you People's 2, does this appear to be the same? Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to stick with People's 1. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
I'm very familiar. I've worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
And I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood? Did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years, okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So, at the northeast corner here, there's a hotel, a recording studio, and a nightclub here at the Argyle. And across from that on the west side is an MTA bus depot turnaround, where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
This is a body-worn camera.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, it was.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in what we call standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, the circle, it'll capture the last 2 minutes of audio, of video only, no audio, but the audio starts when you activate it. So you have a 2 minute, what we call buffer of video leading up to that activation where it's now both audio and video. So we activate that when we have public contact to capture the encounter or the incident. When we're responding to emergency calls, lights and sirens, we have it on before we even meet with anybody to document the response there. And then when the contact is over with and it's no longer needed, we just power it down by activating the same button.
Okay. Say you're working a typical shift, you record video on your camera, your shift is over. What do you do with the camera at the end of the day?
So at the end of the day, we have docking systems mounted in the hallway, and we mount these at the bottom. There's a connector where it charges the camera, and it also takes the video recorded from the camera and uploads it into our storage cloud, if you will, so it can be accessed later.
Are you able to access your videos later?
I am, yes.
You know, in anticipation of your testimony today, did you go back and re-watch your video from what would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, I did.
That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, I did.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD, has one video file that could be marked as Peoples 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as Peoples 4.
You talking about the transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, can you distribute the transcripts
We have a second, each other.
to talk with each other?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, guys, the police officer you see right there, that's Erica's son from the Real House of Beverly Hills. Yeah, that's her son. Is his last name Zizzo? Yeah, Zizzo. That's her son. Yep. Sure is. Yep, that's her son. Yeah, Trump is damn, what's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. I don't know what happened there. Hold on a second. Huh. Did they take a break or something? Oh, here we go.
Hold on. Is there an objection to that? Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript? Everybody have, almost everybody have the transcript? Missing one? All right, everybody has one, all 16 jurors? All right. Mr. Sloman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3 is the display.
Yes. Correct.
All right, I'm gonna actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video.
Okay.
So, starting it at 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's only one call, too. Oh, just for 1606 Argyle, 1606 Argyle. Suspect routine on black, number 1 wearing a white t-shirt, red shorts, number 2 on black clothing, fired on the vehicle, and on the victim's down. Suspect last seen on Selma towards El Centro. Okay, 4245, 9647.
Israel code 6 says Selma and El Centro.
623 about there in Selma and El Centro. 624 right there.
What's the description?
Female black, and one wearing a white shirt, red shorts, number 2 wearing all black clothing.
White shirt, red pants?
He advises that the possible vehicle that was shot into is in the parking lot near the stop sign. Possibly a way of hold person there, and I'll make a call. Roger. 152 Someone else central.
Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was two shots. Okay. It was two shots. But now, if it was down there. It was down here.
You see, Roger, I'm meeting with an MCA employee now at Selma Argyle northwest corner. He's advising you hear two shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just two pops?
Yeah, just two pops. You know, I was sitting right there. I was sitting there. I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, it sounds like a shot. A couple of guys. But, you know, it could have been that shot, but it didn't sound like that. But it did sound like that. It was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard two, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we go on Selma to Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah. You sure you have follow up the scene as well? Is the video exciting? This is the other one. This is the You hear the shooter?
I saw four dudes.
Okay. Now that we watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2. And if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, nothing, huh? Followed by, yeah, it was only one call too. What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them. And they'll call and say that they heard or saw something, and a lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure, so this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there at the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my Code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating. Yeah.
When you say Code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So Code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our Code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now, you said that second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro, and it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those anybody matching that description of those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Okay. I believe on the recording you say, I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what code 6 means?
Sure. We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. Getting back to that night, you received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay. So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people that get to you, it's just not there at that time.
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, you're not seeing these people. What do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to, we work with what we got, not with what we'd like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point to obviously go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
Okay. At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reporting, that could be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to them, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. Incident 4245 is just the last 4 of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the recording person? Is that your purpose of trying to meet them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. I know that there are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay. when you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is. Where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So,
I'm gonna stop you, Sergeant,
Sure.
real quick, because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're
Okay.
pointing.
sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually gonna switch over to People's Two, this photograph. I'm gonna zoom in where the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot
Okay,
on the northwest corner.
and if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map equals one, just let me know.
So this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the N here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not, no.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes,
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw two guys and then the rest you can't hear on video. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything, he just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
So you talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this crime?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
how would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or
Yeah, how
characterize?
would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire, those sorts of things.
Would you say that you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street. No.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay. The last exhibit I have for Your Honor, that's Democracy Case 5. Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
What is the People's 5?
People's 5 is another map, Your Honor, I'm sorry,
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
it's a map. And it
How
has,
is objection to that last question?
Can we have the grounds with the objection?
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
That's speculation.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Stay. As phrased.
in your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge casing?
That's correct.
And if you miss a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by patrol officers, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now I'm going to People's 5, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may.
Yes.
Sergeant, the area of People's 5 here, you've already described this to be that area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body of the video?
Yes.
So you started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
Right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
Man, DJ Academics facing some heat, having some inappropriate situations with a minor, inappropriate conversation with a minor. I'll get to that after this. I don't know. I got to go out later, but maybe I'll do that tomorrow, I guess. I don't know yet. Or maybe tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, if you notice, I changed my name. I had to. And I had to change my profile photo. I didn't know that because they had me smoking a cigar. YouTube didn't want that. They never told me, but that's the reason. While I was getting hit, my channel was getting blocked. It was because of that picture and the name change. I had to change the name. Yep, it was the smoking photo. I was like, something is up. It was that. But I used AI though to help you with it.
We're gonna go up to a certain part, Ron.
What do you guys think so far about the trial?
That part can break down. I think it just takes right to left door.
Well, we have to break the floor.
Yeah, I'm saying, I might be a few minutes short of it, but we'll get the world here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about, the possibility that you may have missed something, remember that line of questioning the prosecutor asked you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but
Look. Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Uvidix? You know him?
Kijovic, yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Gerardo Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Wilson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Quintanilla?
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So, anyway, there is camera footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. I wasn't there today.
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
This was in 2021.
And what is it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time we discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing
Okay.
to court.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss it on Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop you for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a cold for a shooting. Recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look at that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Do you take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, Sergeant?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Correct.
And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes,
And you're a sergeant, right?
yes.
I mean, very distinguished position, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes,
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene, you guys have flashlights too, right?
correct,
Searchlights? You know what you're looking for, right?
correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 PM, you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Belmar.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body cameras, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that.
Yes,
Yeah. And also, fellow officers recorded video as well.
correct.
And you in turn recorded your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car around 10:31.
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Right, not exactly.
Correct.
And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Belmar.
Yes,
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Belmar
correct.
towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes, yes.
And then you just walked into that parking lot with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that time, right?
Not that we saw, no.
And you were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had the flashlight on.
Sure.
And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
And at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on that red car?
Yeah.
Yes,
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
correct.
You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damaged cars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, I think you said, there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from an illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lying, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do and then I'm leaving.
Well, and searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection again, okay? Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Brian? You too, okay.
Kijevix? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
You call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, Brian,
Right.
Officer Brian.
Yes.
I want to show you the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit A, for identification.
Is there audio? There.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a transcript? We need to shut the sound off.
We don't need, this is not for the sound, we don't need the audio part, portion of it, it's just for visual.
What? Defense A. Thank you.
Now, directing you to 223550 20 seconds into this video. Hold on 1 second. Is that it? We're good there? Yeah. So that's 22:35:50, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's whatever it is.
10:35 PM.
Thank you much. 20 seconds into the video. Do you recognize yourself on?
I do.
Okay. So you did go to the street after the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off?
I can't remember if it's on or off. If there's an additional video you want me to watch, but I think, again, this was 4 years ago.
No, I understand. That's what you talked about for the first time today, with the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today when you talked about it for the first time, displaying what you're looking at?
My own video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know you saw your video from before that we all saw, right?
Right.
But you don't see any of your body cam footage showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video truly and accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Were I off as defense exhibit A?
You already have it marked.
Offering
What-
it
I'm sorry,
to
what are you
evidence.
doing?
I identified it, and I'm offering it evidence.
It's evidence?
Yes, sir.
Your possessions?
Evidence would not move somebody into evidence until the cases are
That's true. There can be a motion to admit evidence at any time as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and admissible. Do you have an objection now as to foundation or relevance?
No, I don't.
Defense says admitted.
Now, the street shown there, sir,
Sure.
you have a little camera screen there.
So this is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you.
Very small cost.
Sure.
Back to you.
It's fine. Okay. Ding. We'll talk it ding.
All right. We're gonna have to recess now, sir. Sure. So you're gonna come back on Tuesday,
Okay.
10:30 in the morning.
10:30, all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming in today.
All right.
What did he say? He said come back Tuesday? Wednesday? I just heard I couldn't hear that what he said. I think it was, I know it's next week, but it's Saturday coming up, so. Well, that's the end of that. Tuesday, okay. I thought he said Tuesday. Well, guess what? We'll be back Tuesday. I'll be back earlier than I was today, though. Yeah, I'll definitely be back earlier. So I got to update some things and stuff like that. I got a new microphone, so I got to like re-record some things so it'll sound better. So I'm going to do that in a little bit. Yeah, I think his lawyer is doing an excellent job here, even with the cross-examination. Oh, he's flying over. He's looking at the fires. Marine 1 took off, but I didn't want to interrupt the trial. He's doing a survey. He's looking over the damage. Yeah, he's definitely looking over the damage and everything like that. So we will see. We will see what gets done. Something's got to get done. And it's really within this next 3 years, a lot going to get done. Because the, you have the Olympics coming. So they definitely going to get something done drastically within the next few years anyway. But he's out there. He gonna be in Vegas tonight. I guess he's celebrating his 20th anniversary. Unfortunately for ASAP Rocky, this is not a Fed case because he probably would have pardoned him. I'm sure his son would have got him to pardon him, but this is not a Fed case. So he damn sure got him to get ASAP Rocky out when he was stuck in Europe for a little bit. Yeah, and he contacted that government, said, let him go, or else you're going to get some sanctions. And they let him go, for sure. But this time it's a state case, so you can't help him. Oh, there it is. I was just asking about it. Hold on. Hold on. I was just asking about this plane. There it is right there. That's the identical plane. Well, that's the other plane. Usually it shows up either after it lands or somewhere. Then he flies with two of them. That's the smaller version, but that's the more nimble version of the Air Force One. That's it right there. Now, being that he's going to Vegas, he may fly on this one because Vegas is not that far away. So they usually go with the smaller plane for short flights. So I'm thinking that's why that one landed. And the other one is over there off somewhere else. But I knew the other plane was coming. And that's usually the plane that the vice president flies on. But anywhere he flies, both of those planes go. So I was waiting I'm like, where is it? It just landed in LAX. So more than likely, he may take that plane to Las Vegas. And they might keep the Air Force One here in LAX airport. But they may move it to the hangar, though. They got a special presidential hangar in LAX where they moved that plane to. But yeah, that plane just landed. Anyway, let me see. 6. He should be coming back at some point. Then he's off to Vegas. I had to change it, Leslie, because the other channel name, it was too common. And if you put my name in, another channel will come up because it's similar to the other names. So I had to come up with something unique so that I could stand out. And the picture, my profile picture was wrong because it showed me smoking. They don't want that. So I had to change it. I used AI to help me with it. AI did a review on my channel and told me what was wrong with it. I did that as we were looking at the trial. But the president is somewhere over in Los Angeles somewhere. Of course, he wants the governor to do something, but he's going to bring in government funds, I'm sure. But he's making it like it's the governor's fault, though. So I know the governor is hearing Newsom is hearing an earful right now. Yeah, it's a weather channel, and it's another one. It's like a animation channel that my name be. When you put my name in it, it goes to that channel. I was like, oh, I got to change that. I should have been changed it. Like my Buffs Nations Daily channel, I don't have that problem. I'm like, why is my channel in the algorithm on that other channel? That's why. It's the name. It's the name. No other person has Buffs Nations Daily, even though it's related to Colorado. But I was the first to have that name. And YouTube, what they do is, if somebody try to clone your channel, YouTube already know that you already have that channel already, and you were first. So you have a higher ranking, but I had to change his name. And I saw immediate changes, actually. No wonder my other videos weren't getting promoted. It's because then the photo was showing me smoking. Yeah, Max Velocity is a weather channel. But that's what my channel wasn't getting related to that. It was getting related to some Japanese anime. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a tip there. If you want, they go to the other plane right there. Yep, that's probably what he's going to be flying on this one. This is the smaller one. So this is like they call it the sister of the Air Force One. That's the smaller plane. So more than likely he going to get on that plane and fly to Vegas, since it's just a short flight. It takes a lot for that other plane to get up in the air. It's a lot of money for that other plane. So it's best to fly this one. Now, this one has a lot of capabilities as well, but it's more maneuverable, actually. It has missiles on it. It has missile jammers on it. It has everything on it. But for long flights, it's the Air Force One. Well, it's technically not the Air Force One. It's only the call sign once he's on board. But this is the sister of that plane. See, they go the Bane plane right there to the right of it. See it? Off in the distance. That's the big plane. This is that's the sister coming now. And usually when the sister plane comes up, you know, it makes a grand appearance as well, because everybody know that's the sister plane. Typically, like I said, the vice president flies on it. And I believe it's like executive one when the vice president, I can't remember what's the call sign for the vice president. I believe it's executive one. Now, all other presidents fly on that plane as well. When Obama has to, there's some big news coming up right now. I don't know if you guys heard about it. They put this bill in Congress for presidents to run a third term. I don't know if y'all saw that. If that's the case, Obama technically, if they pass it, Obama could run again. He definitely can, because he served 2 terms. So if that I don't think it's going to go into place. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to approve that, because remember, we had a problem with that with FDR. FDR served the longest term as president of the United States. They changed it after FDR. It's only 2 terms. However, Congress is saying technically, well, even if they did change it, I don't see Trump running another term, because he's, what is he, 70, going to be 78? Physically, that's not going to be possible for him. But it could be possible for Obama, though, if he wanted to. I don't know what they were talking about, but them two are very friendly at this point. So that's like some news that kind of slipped into the news, and people are freaking out about it. The only president that actually got that change in his world was Putin. He got it changed. That's why he's still president. Like, if you notice, like, why is he still president? He's already served like 2 full terms. But no, he changed it. He changed the constitution in Russia. But that's Russia, though. I don't know if this is going to be able to change here. I don't know. But that is on the table. You said Escort is going to be popping off in Vegas when Trump lands. His wife is with him, Moy Freestyle. You said they did it so he could run again. I doubt it, though. Let me see how old he is. Let me look again. Let me see how old he is. He's 78. He's about to be 79 this June. That means he'll be 81 when he's leaving here. Well, he gonna run until he 85, yo? Like, I don't see that. I mean, if he's a with it 85, then I could see it. But no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Father Time is undefeated for everybody. But let's say if that was to happen, okay, if that's to happen, then I could see Obama coming back to try to run against him. I could see it. And if that happens, they might be even Steven. You can't see Moy's comments, Mother Bird. Moy Freestyle, you got Mother Bird blocked. That happens to me too. Like somebody came in here recently. I couldn't see their chat. I had to go on my other channel to see it. Maybe do you have him blocked? Mother Bird, did you have him blocked from a long time ago or something? Or Moy Freestyle, do you have Mother Bird blocked from a long time ago from another channel? It happens like that. But, people change their names. You don't know. But if you can't see his comments, one of you have each other blocked or somebody has somebody blocked. Because somebody I used to have beef with a long time ago, they changed their name. And I'm like, wait a minute, how come I can't see your comment? That means we might have had beef back then or something. Something happened. So I blocked the person again because I want to be able to see your comments. Like, I don't want you to, you know what I mean? I don't want you to like come in using the Trojan horse on me, man. No, that's not happening. You said, I hope I have Trump energy at 78. I mean, 78. Let me see something real quick. So he's 78. Well, one thing is he don't drink. He never drank alcohol. So, well, Biden is 82. So we're going to have to wait and see at 81, 82 how he's acting. If he's still acting the way he's acting, he can still do it. But I don't think they're going to change it, though. I don't think so. I mean, damn, you're going to spend your whole life in office? That's ridiculous. I want to go chill at this point. Like, after this term, I was like, if I was him, I want to go chill, yo. I'm not trying to keep doing this. But he loves it, though. He actually loved being president, so. But as far as, like, talking realistically, I don't think they're going to change the Constitution for that. They already changed it already. Because FDR, he ran forever. He ran until he died. You know what I mean? So, nah, I don't think that's happening. But it has happened. It has happened in the history, with FDR. So, but I don't think so this time. I could see if he was in his 60s, then that will be a legitimate situation that people like, wait a minute. Like, he's in his 60s. Technically, he could run for a long ass time. But as of right now, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna pull a FDR. I don't think so. But it's on the table though. But if it is, I guarantee you, if they change it, if he try to run again, he's gonna be running against Obama. Obama will come back. They will force him to come back to run against him. And if that happens, depending on what he do this term, if he do everything he promised he's going to do this term and more, then that will be a hell of a race. But you know what else they should do? Get rid of the Electoral College then. If they're going to change everything, just change to get rid of the Electoral College and make it the popular vote. That's it. And may the best man win, a woman win. That's it. So if they want to change it, they need to go all the way with it. Yeah, the age situation for him is a problem. Like, he got a good 4 years left, and that's it. He got to retire. I'm not saying an 80-some-year-old can't do it, but it's just the age. It's the rigors of the White House. I would say no. I would say no, but things have happened before, so I can't rule that off the table that they're not gonna change it. I can't rule that off the table. But I promise you this. If they change it, Obama's coming back. I promise you that. He's coming back. And he's gonna run against them. That's the only Democrat I could see beating him right now. That's the only one. There's nobody else. No one else. And he's already been president, so it's not like he don't have experience being president. Yeah, that's it. It's no other but the likelihood of that happening is not likely. Yeah, no one young. Well, JD Vance is 40 years old, Zaire. The vice president is 40. And he has aspirations of running for president after Trump. So he's young. He'll be 43 going on 44 when he run for president. And that's young to be president. So yes, he is young. Yeah, he's only 40 years old. So the president should get younger. They should. So not just Vance on the Republican side. But I bet you what's going to happen is either Donald Trump Jr. is going to try to run. He's going to try to run too. He's fairly young too. He's in his 40s. He's in his mid 40s. But I think the president should get younger. Yes, I really do. They need to get young. And I don't want no politician either. They need to be regular people running. Like Trump, he wasn't regular, but he wasn't a politician. We need somebody to really have our interest at heart. Yeah, Kennedy was the youngest president, yes. The oldest, technically the oldest now, well, the oldest was Biden, because he left at 82. Trump will be the oldest ever at the end of his term. He'll be the oldest ever. Yeah, he will have to change the Democrats' vibration. If he was but see, first of all, we got to wait and see if they're going to try to let him run a third term. Because technically, I know what he's thinking. Like, damn, yo, like my term was broken up. So what can I do in 4 years? Well, he got to get busy. I know what he's thinking. I want a full term here, yo. Like, I don't want it broken up. But the thing is, Obama would come back and run against him. I'm pretty sure of it. They don't have nobody else. There's nobody else. But he would have to change his vibration to get, you know what he would have to do? He would have to be more willing to fight and not be politically correct for him to have a shot and hold to his promises. Because this one is holding to everything he said. He said he's going to get people out of here on that border situation. That's happening in Newark, New Jersey right now, my mother telling me. I already know it's happening out here. It's not even making news, really. They're just doing it. But they're going after the gangs first, though. That's what they're going after. They're going after people that have records on their jacket in their other countries. And gang members, that's what they're going after first. And then they're going after other people. If you're a worker, like if you're a construction worker, you're gonna be able to stay. I'm pretty sure of it. Because there's a lot of building that has to go on in Los Angeles. So they're not going to let the builders leave. So if you're a construction worker and you're here illegally, you're going to be able to stay. Remember I said that. Because there's a lot of infrastructure that has to be rebuilt. LA has to be rebuilt. The rebuilding has to go on in North Carolina and in different other places. So he's not letting them leave. I know that. He already mentioned it. He was like, no, well, the construction workers, I think they could stay. Okay. So they're going to be able to stay. He's going after the gang members. That's what he's going after. and suspected terrorists. Okay. But yeah, Obama will have to come closer to the center, and he will have to get down and dirty with it. But him and Trump seem to be cool though. And I read his lips. He said, "Yo, we need to meet. We need to have a meeting." I heard that, and Obama said, "Of course." Yep, they're gonna meet about something. So I don't know what it is. I think Trump trying to flip the game upside down. That's what he trying. He like Obama. He really do. Oh, and I found out why Harris wasn't talking to Trump or talking to anybody, or people. It looked like people weren't talking to Trump. They had already met backstage of the funeral. Okay, he was already cozying up backstage. He was talking to her. So when she came in, that's why it looked like she didn't say nothing, because they had already been talking. It's just the media made it seem like she was giving him the cold shoulder. She wasn't. And he said some good things about her running, about something, how she didn't have much time, and he likes her. She didn't have much time, and it wasn't her fault. Biden, he was supposed to be a transient president, meaning that he was only going to run be the president a year or so, and then hand the reins off to Kamala. He didn't do that. He stayed the president. He didn't give her a chance to be in office to see how she's going to be in office. That was on him, because he knew he was fading out. He knew that. And the rigors of the White House is for young people, man. People got to be younger to run that White House. But Trump, he loves it. It's a mindset too. He loves it. So it's not really demanding on him, because he likes doing it. But for an average person, that office is very demanding. And he already had health issues, and he was starting to slow down. That's not an office for you to slow down. But he should have given it to her, so we would have had an opportunity to see her as president. Now, I'm not saying that would have helped her, but it would have been better. She would have had a better showing. Because those numbers, man, she lost. She lost terribly. It's just also the country was in bad shape as far as the prices at the grocery store. It's just healthcare is just all the way messed up. The border issue was a problem. The way they treated the border, people didn't like it. So it was a lot of mistakes there. He rescinded on his promise to tackle student loans. So yeah. So it's almost, she didn't have a shot, messing with him. She didn't have a shot at all, man. Biden, I'm not giving up this title, yo. Yeah, but ain't no helping. It's just what it is, man. But guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you for watching. We'll be back Tuesday for this ASAP Rocky situation. And yeah, I will catch you guys again soon. All right, y'all. Thanks for joining.